Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Advisory Commission on Special Ed. We appreciate your time with us this morning. We have a number of items, but we will begin at the top of the agenda. Denise, would you call? I will call us to order and ask Denise to facilitate the roll call.
Good morning. Chair Tostin,
Present.
Chair Graff,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Liu, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Michaud, Commissioner Notch, Commissioner Oyakawa, Commissioner Ruiz,
Present.
Commissioner Snipes,
Present.
Commissioner Sorter,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Wilkins,
Here.
Commissioner Ding,
Present.
Commissioner Tuck-Jargle.
Present.
Thank you. Please stand with me and join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I'll review the agenda for us today. We'll begin with item 9, the reports from our State Board liaison, as well as the Director of Special Schools liaison. Then we will move into Commissioner reports. We will move into item 11, the Special Ed Director's report. We'll take a break. And then item 12, this was an adjustment from yesterday. We'll have a presentation from the Los Angeles County Office of Education related to the Embracing All Abilities program. Item 13, we will move into committee reports and agenda building. Item 14, we will have general public comment, and we will then adjourn around noon. That concludes the review of our agenda for today. There are 3 options to provide public comment for items on the agenda. Members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment, we ask that you line up in front of the dais and we'll facilitate the public comments in the room. For members of the public who are joining us virtually, you have 2 options. You can please call in at the number that is displayed on the screen. Alternatively, you can email ACSE, ACSE@cde.ca.gov and provide public comment that way. Just our communications and announcements. Just wanted to take a moment and recognize the work that took place yesterday, led by our partners from CARS Plus and a number of other agencies. It was a day of advocacy related to the full funding of IDEA. And we wanted to acknowledge all the speakers, even Commissioner Tuck-Jargle, who shared the importance of full funding for IDEA and what that would mean for educators, families, and students in California if we were to receive the full allocation of federal funding. And so just wanted to acknowledge that event and the boldness of our leaders across the state in a time where there is trepidation and fear of funds evaporating. We are standing firm on what needs to happen in terms of the full funding for IDEA as was promised. So we just wanted to share just a quick recap of that and our appreciation for the invitation to participate and the flexibility of commissioners and members of the public as we adjusted our agenda to support that event. Also, I would announce the CARS Plus conference is taking place in Sacramento today at the Doubletree, and if commissioners are available after the meeting, they've invited us to swing by and support the event. With that, we will move into our agenda, item 9, the report from our State Board liaison. Thank you, Member Towery.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be with you again this morning. And again, I'm Allison Yoshimoto-Tari, liaison from the State Board of Education. And we've had 2 State Board meetings since the last time we've been together in person. So I have about 5 updates, and some of them come from the January meeting, some of them may be from November. So as you know, every January, the annual performance review comes to the state board for discussion and approval. And so I wanted to share that the state board did approve the annual performance review for Part B of IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, for the 23-24 school year. And as you know, as a body, you've had an opportunity to preview the report and discuss key trends in October when you met in October. But I just wanted to highlight a few of the items that the board discussed regarding the APR. One was that there was great appreciation for the balance, for a balanced report that highlights both progress and areas of continued need and attention, as well as the discussion also focused on the story behind the data. I think that was important to the board, including hearing highlights from the field. And there were deeper interests in hearing more about metrics beyond the federal requirements so that we could have a more comprehensive review and really a nuanced review of a nuanced understanding of the progress that we're making. There were comments about the ongoing importance of focusing on teacher preparation and ensuring that we have not only improved recruitment, but also focused on retention and how that connects with how teachers feel, how prepared they feel to serve our students. And really, again, and then 2 more things, an intense focus on increasing the proportion of students served in the least restrictive environment. And again, that connects with teachers feeling prepared and systems and structures. And then again, raising awareness of the alternative diploma pathways and ensuring that families have accessible information as well as educators. And I think the last thing I'll say about the APR is people wanted to be action-oriented, like not another report. We wanted to actually know, like, what are we doing as a state, as local entities, as organizations to support the improvement each year. And so to the extent that I think that having people from the field come and present really helps feed that need for the board. The second update is if you've been following the state board meetings, there have been ongoing learning sessions where we take like a portion of the meeting and just do a deep dive. We come away from the dais, we sit on this area of the room, and we do learning together. And we have facilitators that come from other states. And one of the things we've been focusing on is portrait of a graduate or portrait of a learner. And many districts across California already have something like that in place. It's more than a product, it's actually a process that people go through to bring the community together to understand, like, beyond a grade, beyond a number, like beyond just say having a diploma or a certificate, like what do we want for our students? And how are we preparing them? And so as a follow-up to the July 2024 study session, the board discussed the development of a statewide portrait of a graduate/learner. And so the process will be led in collaboration with AIR, the West Comprehensive Center, and we will be having a process to include stakeholder engagement through listening sessions. So there'll be more details on the format on how to participate, and that will be shared soon. But I wanted to share that with you because I think it's important that you have an opportunity as well to weigh into that process. Third, we have the Personal Finance Curriculum Guide. And so, as you know, Assembly Bill 2927, which will ask the Instructional Quality Commission to develop a standalone 1-semester personal finance course by May 31st, 2026. And that will later go to the SBE for adoption. And the curriculum guide will support LEAs in providing resources both in concert with financial literacy organizations, but free K-12 financial literacy curricula to really help our young people understand, like, what is financial literacy, the importance of financial literacy, what are strategies and skills they can use to really understand personal finance, because we already have a high school requirement that's economics on a macro level, but this is, which had a portion of personal finance, but this is really a full course. And so that's a piece that I think it will be upcoming as well. And then fourth, the board approved nearly $300 million for Career Technical Education Incentive Grants, or CTIG, to LEAs. And so these are money that go directly to districts and it's a state-funded annual program. And it supports the development and maintenance of high-quality CTE, Career Technical Education programs for students. This really helps students transition from being in school to having employment. And so a lot of students really need that hands-on, that relevant piece of their education to help them stay engaged during high school. And we've had success with career technical education and feedback, including like attendance and things like that, where it gets kids excited to come to school. So that was a $300 million grant. Fifth, fifth and second to last, we had not an SB action item, but the reading difficulty screener selection panel did approve 4 screening instruments for early literacy identification of risk, and that's for kindergarten through 2nd grade students. The list of the 4 assessments was shared publicly in December. And then by next school year, all LEAs will be required to use one of the 4 assessments with kindergarten through 2nd grade students to identify early literacy risk. And so there are, of course, more details. There's webinars upcoming, so you can look on the CDE website under Reading Difficulties Screener Selection Panel. That's a mouthful. And the California literacy pages to see more information about which assessments were selected and webinars about what does it mean and what are the timelines. But that's, again, a big step for California. And in addition to the screener and the assessment, focusing educators on what do you do after you get the data? And how do you use that to support and accelerate and close gaps for students without taking them away from core? I think is going to be another big instructional piece. And then finally, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize just in gratitude. Many of you may know I've lived in Los Angeles, 4th generation Los Angeles, and so take a moment to recognize the impact of the wildfires in Los Angeles as well as other areas in California over the years. And there have been many extreme weather events, and it just wanted to take a moment to pause and thank all of the first responders, all of the educators, the families, and particularly for our students with disabilities, having to evacuate and not being able to go to your school of regular attendance can be very disruptive. And so the amount of people that have come together to support our families, support our educators, and to support our students has been really tremendous. And just wanted to say thank you to all the agencies who also ensure the safety of our students and families and to try to continue instructional continuity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the update. We always appreciate the depth and the connection with the work that's happening at the State Board, and anything that we can do to support the listening sessions or the development of the statewide portrait of a learner, we obviously would be delighted to do. I think this dovetails to our conversation yesterday about how we uplift the voice of parents and make sure that they have meaningful input in the decisions that we're making. And so it's always very affirming to see the alignment between the advisory commissions and the State Board in terms of our read of the landscape and the work that we believe needs to be done. And also just uplifting the investment into career technical educational pathways. And the conversation yesterday related to Orange Unified Pathways to Possibilities program. Yeah, Pathways to Possibilities. Whereas CTE was a large component of, or a significant component of the work that they had done, and the opportunity for our students with disabilities, students without disabilities, to have options and choices in terms of how they begin to prepare for work life after high school to earn a life-sustaining wage. So thank you so much for those highlights. I'll just pause. Any additional questions or comments from commissioners?
Thank you so much for your report. It's always very thorough. But I wanted to pick up on your first report about the annual report because it's something I've been concerned about, is really, diving more deeply into what the data is telling us, the story behind the data, and action steps. And maybe this is more of a question for the special ed division, but I'm wondering if you're aware of any action steps as a result of the discussion that you had at the state board about the annual report.
I think the comments focused more on wanting to be sure that we were focused on action steps as opposed to delineating specific ones, and having people from the field come to share what they were doing, I think kind of centered that conversation. Typically, it's been more of a presentation of data. And so it was really helpful to have people in the field say, like, this is what we're doing. This is what the data says, this is the story, but these are specific examples of things that people in the field are doing to support improvement in the data. And so that I think was really highlighted by the board as something important to continue to do.
Could you give some examples? I mean, I don't know, disproportionality, LRE.
Yeah, I'll have to come back to you specifically with that. I don't want to misspeak on that item, but I think it was, in general, something we've been trying to do as a board, more specifically to highlight, practices. It's one thing to sit on a state board or a state commission, and another thing to make sure that we're always connected with what's happening in the field.
And I can always go back and review the board meeting itself, so. But thank you so much.
Share information. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other additional questions or comments? Thank you so much. We always appreciate the update and the time that it takes to prepare for the report, and the connection that we have in between meetings. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Next, we will transition into our State Special Schools report.
Hello, good morning, commissioners,
Good morning.
and the people who are at the meeting today, who are joining by phone as well. I have a very short and long list of updates. The first one is the Deaf Education Guidelines. We have a committee that has been meeting, that has been working tirelessly to update our 25-year-old guidelines. And we are making great progress on that, slow, but assuredly and steady. Next, AB 1938 was signed by Governor Newsom last fall, September. Myself and Rachel Heenan, the Director of Special Education Division, worked on these guidelines together. On AB 1938, I don't want to send just yet what exactly was passed. I would like to send that out with more explanation and more guidance. The whole point of AB 1938, the importance of critical mass, if you will. Often, deaf or VI students are left at a program or a school alone. They are left with support services that they think are sufficient enough to support that student. But that is not what inclusion looks like. That is a huge challenge. I am very careful in following things up to this point and the status quo, but I'm not. I want to make changes. I want to see changes occurring. This must change because many deaf and VI students are not getting what they deserve to get in the first place, according to the federal law. They are not getting it at all. There is one specific good example that I have
as the director of the state special schools, I have many reports that I received, heard many reports that I've received from school districts that they're not getting enough support services for their deaf students. Their itinerant teachers are not either. And they have a caseload of possibly 50 students per itinerant teacher. And the IEP, they're supposed to provide direct instruction 2 times a week at 20 minutes per session. How is that possible when you have a 50 child caseload? That is one of many things that we are trying to address. And we're hoping that this can be addressed through our deaf ed guidelines and AB 1938. Once that information is released this spring, we're hoping that that will help school districts have a better understanding of how to provide appropriate services and access for all deaf students and all VI students throughout the state of California. And also I've started working with the state board to figure out how to address the challenges with our educational interpreters. Our educational interpreters, what has been happening is not working. Many are uncertified. They're using back doors to hire interpreters through interpreting agencies rather than hiring them directly. And the problem is that many of these interpreters do not meet the educational performance assessment of a 4.0 or above. They are many below that. And the community interpreters are covering the needs. And in fact, the community interpreters are very different from educational interpreters. Many don't have the technical skills or knowledge of how to interpret within a classroom and classroom content areas. That is a very large concern that we have as well. We've also noticed more and more deaf kids are being isolated and often make the decisions based on the school district, not by the IEP team. The IEP team must be the entire group, not solely because of a funding issue that the school district perceives. There are a lot of things that really need to get to the root of the issues here. And I want them to have full access. That student needs full access. And I'm not sure exactly why, but a lot of these school districts are not reaching out to the state special schools. They have deaf and VI students, but all of our state schools are resources, free resources. Please spread the word. U.S. commissioners, please share that information. Our state schools service all school districts, and that is in our ed code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just as a quick follow-up or suggestion, the many DHH programs or deaf hard of hearing programs tend to be regionalized in my experience in different counties. And hearing the challenges that you were seeing and aware of from the field in terms of qualification and the scarcity of resources and how agencies are needing to find solutions. And I wonder if a conversation with a SECO or the SELP administrators could be productive to, one, share and reinforce the School of the Deaf as a resource, but to also hear all the perspectives and find the solutions based on what's happening in the field and where the challenges are in terms of identifying qualified interpreters. And I think I want to say decades-long challenge of recruiting and maintaining teachers who are certified to provide instruction to students who are deaf. And so I so appreciate you highlighting the challenges in the field. And I guess the question would be, as a result of your findings and observations, what actions or what are the next steps so that we can begin to address the challenges?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. Really, we've been working with SELPAs and the executive teams. Scott Turner, I believe, is here actually as well, and he is part of our team that I've been working with. trying to address these concerns. Simultaneously, it's more than that. The SELPAs offer support, they offer options for those in the field, but I'm not seeing the outcome of the school districts themselves actually doing it and getting the resources from the state special schools and reaching out to them for those resources. If you don't have the resources yourself, then send them to the deaf school. Honestly, that's the best option, or the blind school. The least restrictive environment is being with peers, not the other way around. And we've avoided that conversation, but we really need to address it and meet it head on. There are a lot of programs that are losing students, losing them to homeschooling. School districts are not necessarily creating critical mass. And that's so strange for me. I don't know why the number of deaf students are not dwindling. They are increasing, but we are not seeing this in large programs like before. 30 years ago, we had very large programs. Now, each of these children are siloed. Perhaps technology contributes to that change, but it doesn't mean that it's healthy for the children and for the students that have no peer interaction and no peer access. So yes, thank you. It is continued work. I will continue to work with the SELPAs. We do go to different workshops and provide trainings. You mentioned CARS that started today. We actually do have 2 individuals coming tomorrow to provide a presentation. We have Julie Rems Smario, and we have Laura T. Peterson that will be presenting tomorrow during that conference. And I encourage you all to go and watch them. They will be discussing inclusion and what that means for deaf students. Another presentation that will be occurring is myself, Gina Willett, who's the superintendent of California School for the Blind, and again, Julie Rems Mario. We will be working together to provide a presentation at the All Titles Conference in LA next month.
Thank you so much. I believe we have comments from commissioners attending virtually. Commissioner Ding and then Commissioner Ruiz.
Yes. Hi, this is Rachel. I'm one of the student commissioners, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for highlighting this. I think it really resonated with me and just the people who have helped me through my journey. I think another aspect that I would like to emphasize, not only is there like a shortage of interpreters, but also audiologists and hearing specialists. I think speaking to the audiologist who served my high school district, I remember all the stories that she told me about how it would be like 200 hard of hearing and deaf children to one audiologist. And a huge aspect of their work is also providing the hearing aid technology to students. And that's so critical for students to be able to participate and be in the classroom. And also the funding that goes behind providing that hearing technology is just so critical. So thank you so much for bringing highlight and emphasis to this issue. And it is just such an important part of making sure that these students going through their journey feel like they belong and can communicate. Since like without their basic needs being met, that there's no way that they can feel like they belong in the classroom or be able to connect with their fellow peers, with their teachers, with the community.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for mentioning that and bringing that up and making that point of audiologists, FM systems, accessibility. Many of our students don't have that. Yes, thank you for mentioning that.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. I always appreciate your share outs, Nancy, your intentionality and passionate protection of students reminds me of why I'm a commissioner. And I just want to thank you for bringing that every time you report.
My pleasure. Happy to be working with all of you.
Hi, Nancy. Thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. Again, since you first took your position, I've been really hopeful for what's happening in deaf education. As the mom of a daughter who is hard of hearing, We've lived many of the scenarios you've described, including interpreter shortages, including having video interpreting in the classroom that didn't always work, and the critical mass issue. We were fortunate to be part of a county program that had the DHH program in one location, and so my daughter was able to attend like from toddler through sixth grade is the opportunity, but after that, we're on our own. And so we are one of those families where my daughter is now the only student with an interpreter, the only one who's hard of hearing, and that we know of. And I think you're right. I think that I imagine it's technology should actually help us identify more students who are hard of hearing or deaf, but also maybe gives the belief to not just families, but especially schools, that with technology, the students do not need to have that critical mass. And I think that's a fallacy in thinking. And I think I'm so grateful to the governor for signing AB 1938 to bring that to the forefront, to get a better understanding for folks who are not already in the deaf and hard of hearing community, to better understand what it's like for these students to be so isolated. We're one of those families who did consider the regional schools, and I have to say for us, and I think many families, distance is really difficult, and I think we had hoped to work with other families to develop our own critical mass within our county. And so that takes me to what Commissioner Chair Tostin was saying about leveraging the SELPAs that we do have. And I actually didn't realize how much work you'd been doing with the SELPAs, because it's not trickling down to the parents and it's not coming into the IEP meetings. I'm the one who asks if we can reach out to Fremont for help, for assessments, for resources. And so maybe not just SELPAs, but maybe parent groups connected to each SELPA could be a way to bring everybody together, and not just SELPAs, parents, and then the teachers and interpreters. They're the ones who are doing all the work and know and can share what they do, best practices, learn from each other, and maybe we can get these kids out of these silos, get them reconnected, and get them the opportunities that they all should have. So thank you for your work, and I look forward to seeing what else comes up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. And families, yes, parents, it's so important to include them. I did make notes of that. I would like to connect with those parent groups. There are so many great parent groups out there in the state of California who are very motivated to see things happening and increased resources for all of them. So yes, it's a system of support that's desperately needed. Thank you.
And just on that note, I wanted to highlight, we've talked about the expansion of the family empowerment centers, and just wanted to highlight that as a resource, Nancy, in addition to the other agencies that you're working with, as a channel to share information directly with parents and also to receive feedback. I'm drawing a blank, Robin Ryan, who
Ryan.
Ryan, yeah, at the SEEDS, who leads SEEDS and works with the FECs. I just offer up as a resource to disseminate any information and to connect you directly with some of the community-based organizations and FECs that could benefit so much from this information, but also provide information as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your constant service and support. I really want to highlight your emphasis on many blind and hard to hearing community on the silos. I mean, it's not a surprise that I've seen is a lot of our students with disabilities in the education system often work in silos, often are segregated from their peers, and that is really hard. That's challenging. And I really like the key point that you talk about is we must break down these silos. We have to. There's no way we're gonna go back, and we must push forward. And it's important that all of our systems really work with each other. I don't mean just SELPAs providing support, but I'm talking about the power of one system where the SELPAs, the LEAs, the counties, but also the school districts all together, really discussing these issues. I'm talking really having those meetings together, all of them present, talking about these issues, because utterly they represent, they work with these youth. And if we don't address the issue with funding or the issue of the lack of translators and audiologists and things like that, then how are we supposed to fully serve the students in need? How do we also serve the students in incarcerated settings as well? There might be students who are deaf and blind of hearing in the juvenile justice system as well. What are we doing to support them? And I think another key thing that I wanted to address is how do we share these resources to communities they need and get it to the people? Often the resources we have at statewide, family empowerment centers, all these amazing resources just don't get to the people. So how can we work together somehow, like creating a spreadsheet or providing these resources to our family groups, like the SEPTAR? They provide so many resources to families and things like that. So really, we're really working all together, not in silos, but really working all together to address the need in providing the resources to these families. Because if we don't provide these resources, then what's the point of telling them be successful? There's no point of it if you don't provide the students in the deaf and hard to hear community with resources they need to be successful. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Snipes.
I always appreciate hearing from you, Nancy, and one of the things that I'm always going to bring up when we are able to have conversations is the access piece, because I come from a very rural part of California that is 6 hours away from the closest regional school, and I want to do my job the right way to bring back the resources and information to the districts in my area, because you don't know what you don't know. And so I think going back to the sharing of the resources and making sure that it does get to families and it does get to districts. One of the things that we also know about our rural areas is that family empowerment centers are often not staffed. Just because there's not people to staff them. And so thinking about our furthest parts of California regionally, and just that physical access to support, it's nice to know that the state schools offer that free support to districts, but I want to know how I can support the offering and what I can share to the folks in the most rural areas of our state.
Thank you very much for pointing that out. Yes, thank you. You've given me some thoughts and some ideas. I do need to go back to our outreach team and figure out exactly how they can reach out to those very remote areas and continue to reach out. Not one-time support. It needs to be ongoing. Yeah, absolutely. I will reach out to you as well offline. Thank you for mentioning that.
Nancy, thank you so much for your report. As has been shared, we always appreciate the clarity and passion and continued focus on this very critical need in the state. And so as we wrap up, some of the comments that were shared, whether it be around critical mass or the need for inclusion or the experiences of isolation. What we're really talking about is a loss of community or not having a community. And so if we all just take a moment and think about our social connections, our whoever we determine is in our community, imagine not having that. Imagine being the only one of your kind in any setting with the inability to communicate about what I saw on TikTok last night, what I watched over the weekend, why I'm wearing my hair the way, just natural interactions between children. And so obviously we are focused on educational outcomes, but it's supported when children feel like they belong, when they have a sense of community. And so whatever we can do in our spheres and in our networks to raise awareness, to make connections, I think the challenge for us is clear, and so Nancy, please continue to raise the challenges and issues, and maybe collectively, if we all, going back to our state board report, focus on action orientation in terms of what we can do next, so that we can identify the pain points. Well, we know many of the pain points, but how can we collectively organize for solutions so that we're not reliant on just individuals working as hard as they can to address a significant challenge. So Nancy, thank you so much for your report, and we look forward to continuing this conversation at our next meeting. With that, I will ask any members of the public in the room.
You're very welcome.
Sorry. Thank you. I'll ask members of the public in the room, anyone wishing to make public comment, to please line up at the dais or the podium. And members of the public who are joining us virtually, if you had comments, please begin dialing in. Seeing no members of the public in the room lining up for public comment, we will close public comment in the room. We'll hold for an additional 30 seconds to see if we have any callers.
There are no callers at this time.
With that, we will close public comment on this item. Moving into item 10, Commissioner report. This is an update or an opportunity for commissioners to share any activities or conversations you may have had since our last meeting with the partners that you are the liaison, or if you have represented the commission in your capacity. So, Commissioner Snipes.
I'm going to read it so that I get it right. I've had the pleasure of working with several organizations that support early childhood, specifically in special education, and I wanted to highlight some of the things that have happened recently, starting with DR ACSE. They're committed to using data to improve outcomes for children in early childhood special education. And two key initiatives supporting this work include the Data Dig series and the development of reports and content on data use for equity. The Data Dig series provides LEA teams with hands-on training to connect preschool child outcome data to program improvement. So that really is touching on some of those action pieces that we're seeing happening across the state. 115 LEAs have participated to date. And additionally, DR ACSE is developing equity-focused reports and content to support the use of data, not just for compliance, but for meaningful change. Also, CDE's Inclusion Support Office is partnering with the Early Learning Department of Sacramento County Office of Education to provide funding with the goals of increasing inclusive settings and enhancing inclusive practices throughout the state through the IEEEP statewide initiative. The focus is to build capacity for various groups, including educators, co-teachers, administrative teams, support staff, families, and community partners, including ELOP, expanded learning. Capacity will be built through professional development opportunities, including expanding the use of the pyramid models, implementing culturally responsive resources, and early learning intervention supports, creating webinars, developing communities of practice, and providing expert learning to coaches. The statewide EAP funds also focus on the expanded and enhanced use of the workforce registry system, including the piloting of a badging system to streamline tracking of professional development data in early childhood. There's a certain number of hours that you have to fulfill in order to continue your permit level. And so this is a really important thing, and this is a great way that we're making sure that folks who are attending professional learning are getting credit for that in order to maintain or upgrade their permits. The statewide EAP project is focused on collaboration with partners, including supporting inclusive practices, ACSE, Aspire, and many others. And they're creating coherence and intentional approaches to leveraging and not duplicating work we're all doing in order to serve all children. And then lastly, ACSE has just wrapped up an Indicator 6 series focusing on supporting over 200 LEAs who are within 5% of meeting that Indicator 6 target. The series concluded with a panel discussion that featured inclusive exemplar preschool programs across the state, and they shared their process, policies, and practices, including strategies for mitigating licensing and structural barriers that get in the way of increasing inclusive opportunities for preschoolers with disabilities. So there's been a lot of action happening around that data that we're getting back.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes.
There is a liaison report for SELPA Administrators of California in the board packet, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of pieces in that two-page document. One, just the continuing advocacy that SELPA is doing on behalf of students with disabilities in the state of California, specifically in areas of staffing shortages and infant services. They also are providing extensive professional development throughout this year in lots of key areas like legal compliance, as well as data and just how to best support students. And those are oftentimes low cost or free to districts. And so definitely look at, you can see those lists there. And then also just their continuing support and leadership in the statewide system of support. They serve as resource leads within that, and they really are instrumental in delivering that system to the state of California.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Any other commissioners?
So I have 3 updates for me. Number 1, the Special Edge released a publication, I believe in October, on the juvenile justice publication. So one of my publications got published, working with Jim Anderson, LA County Department of Education, and Megan T. Strandon from the DRC. That got published. And we outlined the 8 recommendations to the SELPAs and to local county Department of Educations on how to serve students with disabilities in incarcerated settings. So our 8 recommendations were investing more educators, making mental health a priority, having a better access and identify system, and keeping youth connected with the families and communities, and have a better communication system with attorneys, students, families, and those in juvenile justice. So that got published, which is great. The second thing is I had the pleasure to co-present a presentation with Kevin Schaefer from Supportive Inclusive Practices, where we partnered with the Redwood City Unified School District and SEPTAR in December on the topic on how do we create inclusive communities and why it matters. So we present that to the special education families online and teachers. So that was a great way for teachers and families to figure out what they need to do to get family voice out. And lastly, the thing was, last week I had the pleasure to lead the El Dorado Charter SELPA Symposium, Inspiration to Action Symposium, with Janice Kwan. And it was a great symposium where over 300 plus educators came on the focus on leading with heart. We presented the El Dorado Charter SELPA's Educator of the Year, and basically it was a great event to have sessions on the what work we're doing in special education. So it was great.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorter.
Sure. I have a quick update from SECO, Special Education Administrators of County Offices. We met in January. 3 things I'll reference that have already kind of been referenced today. One was the impact of the fires, right? We had a conversation around the continuity of instruction and how we can support each other, and how we've spent some money, whether it be flashlights, emergency situations that we have in our regionalized programs. The statewide literacy had a presentation, which I'll reference a little later, in agenda building. And then kind of the biggest thing is, again, we've talked so much about teacher shortages. And so we provided some feedback, some data on getting a bill written, and I believe Senator Cortez, I could be wrong, is writing the bill co-sponsored by ACSE, and really looking at trying to extend the sub from the 20 days back to 60 days for special education. So that would be huge if we can get that going. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Before I get into my liaison role, I just wanted to say something personally. Yesterday was the Day of Remembrance in this country, and I'm not sure if everyone knows about it, but that was when over 120,000 persons of Japanese ancestry, lawful residents and American-born citizens, were ordered removed from their homes and sent to prison camps during World War II. And today, 83 years later, as an American of Okinawan Japanese ancestry with family members who had been in these camps, I feel compelled to speak up during this very challenging time in our country when the most marginalized members of our community are being targeted and our education system, including funding for students with disabilities, is threatened. So I just want to state my personal opinion that diversity, equity, inclusion, and access should be valued and supported. And to all our students and families who might be listening, or if you are not, even if you're not, regardless of your race, your religion, national origin, immigration status, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability, please know that I will always support you and that all 4 foot 10 inches of me will always stand up for you. So I just wanted to say that. I had to say that. So I'm sorry if I used my time inappropriately, but I just had to say something. Trying not to cry here. Putting back on my liaison cap, just a quick update from California Hands and Voices, and I met I had the pleasure to meet with Casey Kane, the board president, and Cora Shahid, the executive director. And California Hands and Voices, I think I've mentioned them before, they're a parent-driven nonprofit, and what's amazing about them is they support families of children who are deaf and hard of hearing, who, regardless of their communication choice, whether they sign, whether they are oral, both, they support all families. It's a national organization, but this is the California chapter. And they have resources, networks, and information, and they offer parent-to-parent support, family camps, park days, trainings, and educational support. And I forgot to mention to Nancy, although I know she's familiar with them, like that would be another good organization to partner with as we try to get more information out. And they do share a lot of this information, but I think it would be great to see things more formalized when we talk about working with SELPAs and SECO. I did talk to them a little bit about legislation, and so we were glad to hear about AB 1938 that we just talked about with Nancy, with talking about critical mass and making sure that when we talk about least restrictive environment in our IEPs, that we remember that definition is always a little bit different for the deaf and hard of hearing community, and the students that we're talking about siloing in that way, in that they are alone in not connected to their community, their deaf community. And so we're excited about that. They are also supportive of the efforts to add hearing aid coverage to the benchmark health plan. So that's currently in consideration. And so there had been efforts earlier to get hearing aid coverage and by legislation that didn't get signed off on. And so this is a different way of working on that. And so they're hopeful that that would be something that would get passed. And then another thing was SB 1316, which again, I forgot to ask Nancy about if she's on, if she's still on, maybe she can tell us more. But that was actually something that I wasn't familiar with, but it was legislation that was proposed to bring up the salaries for the staff at this California School for the Deaf, both schools and the blind, to bring it up to par with the salaries in the surrounding communities, especially in the Bay Area. If you think about what housing is like there, this has been an ongoing struggle. And I know that Hands and Voices has been helping to facilitate an actual Zoom meeting today at noon with State Superintendent Tony Thurman with families of kids in this program. So I think this is still an effort that's being pushed forward, and we hope will get attention and traction, because in order to keep these programs robust, you need to be able to attract quality teachers. And just like everywhere else, there is a shortage, but especially for teachers of the deaf and their staff, and then especially when you bring them into a really high-priced area like Bay Area and even in Southern California. So those are the things legislatively that they're looking at. And then we also were talking about the ASTRA program that they have, and it's ASTRA, Advocacy Support and Training. And Hands and Voices has trained parent advocates that offer support to families. If you're a member, which is like $25 a year, you can get free advocacy support, not legal advice, but advocacy support. And they do also lots of training sessions, including annual training sessions to become ASTRA members or just to get really well-versed. And I attended one years ago. It's amazing, the resources they have and the knowledge that they're able to share. And they wanted to let everyone know that they alternate between Northern and Southern California every other year. And so this year it will be April 5th in Orange County. And so people can sign up for that now. And then also family camps are coming up. They have them in Southern California, Northern California, and the Inland Valley. And people are welcome to go to any of them, but they try to make them available. And I think the one that's coming up now is for Southern California, which is Memorial Day weekend, and they're accepting registration now. So those things are on California Hands and Voices on their website. They also have a robust Facebook page where they list lots of events. They do family park days, different training sessions, info sessions, and there's just a lot of information in that Facebook group. So lots of family, like person-to-person support and just people asking questions, that sort of thing that I think is sort of that grassroots that we get in every disability community, regardless of what the particular disability is. It's one of those forums where people can connect. So I wanted to just highlight some of the things that they're doing and that they're offering to the community, and that they're also looking for board members. I did not offer my services, and more ASTRA advocates. So again, if you're interested in that, and if anyone wants to ask me, but please share out to your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa, and I'll just take off my formal hat and say I'll just add my 6 feet to stand with you, and thank you for your comments. And I see other commissioners around the dais, so I think we're probably close to 40 feet. And thank you for highlighting the importance of vocalizing our support for those who are marginalized and may be at the center of feeling insecure in this very moment in time. So thank you. Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. This is the Family Empowerment Center share out. First of all, on behalf of the FEC leaders and the Seeds of Partnership, I'm bringing forward a few highlights. First, we wanted to acknowledge the efforts and role the 6 family empowerment centers located in Los Angeles County served and continue to support families through the recent Eaton, Palisades, and additional fires and the ongoing recovery in the area. The staff assisted the gathering of resources and information from the schools and the community to share with families. Many staff also provided a listening ear and shoulder to lean on through the extreme loss and devastation experienced by so many in the area. Also, a website that is specifically focused on family empowerment centers was launched this last December, 2024. The purpose of the site is to share awareness about the family empowerment centers in the state. The website link is www.californiafamilyempowermentcenters.org. Each of the family empowerment centers has a profile page where you can learn more about each center. Also, family empowerment centers are being highlighted at several conferences and events. We're always excited about that. Several of you may have been aware of the IDEA Legislation Day of Action that happened at the Capitol yesterday. Seeds of Partnership had a great presence there with an exhibit table and partnered with the local parent center, Warm Line, where they handed out statewide FEC information. Our SELPA partner, Dr. Scott Turner, our Director of Special Ed, Dr. Heenan, and our very own Commissioner, Tugs Jargle, spoke very powerfully at the event to fully fund IDEA. Lastly, there's a strengthening partnership webinar series from the CDE and Seeds of Partnership. And I know several of the FEC leaders are looking forward to the series and the opportunity to learn together with education staff, fellow parent center staff, and parents. It's just leveling and expanding access to information in a unique way. So we look forward to contributing to those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. So scanning the dais, checking online. Okay. My commissioner update, or my report, I had an opportunity to meet with the special ed administrators of California at their monthly meeting. And just by way of reminder, this is for lack of a better description, a subcommittee of the California County Superintendents Association. And in our conversation, my takeaway in our conversations this morning, county offices and the services that they coordinate in many counties on behalf of the districts and families for students with disabilities are really on the front lines of a number of the issues that we are addressing and talking about in terms of staff shortages, not just special ed teachers and paraprofessionals, but most certainly the most specialized teachers for students with who are deaf and hard of hearing and visually impaired. And so that was part of the conversation, but I'm always so uplifted by the group's ability to recognize the reality of now and still focus on what needs to happen next for children, staff, and communities. And so I appreciated the time with SECO to understand their perspectives and share updates about our work. Additionally, I participated in a number of meetings related to the statewide system of support, where a priority this year and has been is integration of programs. And so how can all of the various programs continue to move towards their shared vision of work, but find ways to partner to support educators so that it becomes a one-stop shopping as opposed to you have to call here, 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 and here if you're focusing on one issue. And so I just wanted to share that update and affirmation of the work that's taking place with the statewide system of support. With that, I will close the commissioner report. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Liu. My apologies.
Sorry about that. I'm a liaison to the California School Board Association, CSBA. I am in constant communication with them quite a bit. And the last time I talked to them, they don't have anything in specific in the field of special education to report back here. But however, I asked that they consider putting in more special education related panel topics at their large annual education conference. The conference, in case you don't know about the AEC, is held in about late November, early December of every year. And they go up and down the state rotating. It has thousands of school board members attending from across the state. And they try to cover the 101 education topics that school districts deal with. And I mentioned that since we have a significant percentage of special education students in our state, that they should have something more on this topic so that school board members can better understand. Because a lot of times they're focused on other issues and they don't know much. They might not even know that there's a commission such as this in the state. So they said that they would try doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu. I just want to make sure I didn't overlook anyone else with reports. Okay. With that, we will close commissioner report. And for the sake of time, what I will do is combine items 10 and 11, and we'll allow public comment for both of those items at the conclusion of the special ed director's report. Thank you, Shiloh, so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much. Apologies if my voice is a little bit raspy. I am still overcoming this weird thing that's been happening out in the world with the flus and things like that. I sat down to write down. I was like, I don't have very long to talk. And then I wrote down all the things that I wanted to update you on, and it became a long list. I will try and go through them relatively quickly. I did want to inform the commission that in December of 2024, the Department of Ed received its final court order on the MSC v. Tony Thurmond, which is our longstanding 30-year-old court case, in which they found the department in compliance with the requirements around monitoring. So that's very wonderful. It has been a very labor and resource intensive court case that has really reshaped our monitoring system and hopefully will solidify our monitoring system as it sits now. We also, in sort of keeping with that theme, on February 3rd, we did send out our most recent round of our annual determination letters, which notifies districts of their annual determination and their monitoring tier and level. And most of February, we have been working in the department supporting LEAs understanding their tier and level of monitoring and what's going to be required of them. And remember, that goes out to all 2,200 LEAs in the state of California. We are also conducting 9 in-person trainings with LEAs to help them understand what's required, what we expect of them, what it will look like for this upcoming year. We've had, I think, well over 700 people register throughout the state at these in-person trainings, and we will also have a virtual session on March 5th, and anyone is welcome to participate in that. It's geared mostly for LEAs and what their expectations are, but if you're interested in what the questions that were brought up by the board and I think by the commissioners about, like, what is CDE doing about these data? How are we sort of working on that? That is the connection. And I think that is the connection between where we see LEAs and how we get them to move on that path towards better outcomes is the monitoring work. And it's significantly changed over the last 10 years. It is not check the box work anymore. It is very integrated into outcomes and supporting LEAs where they're at. So I would encourage folks to attend virtually if they'd like to learn more about how we're speaking with LEAs and how we're working closely with LEAs. Information about that monitoring training and all of our monitoring work is available on our Caltan website, which is caltan, caltan.info, I-N-F-O. And that website also contains the monitoring data for all LEAs in the state. So if you're interested and you would like to download a data sheet that contains every piece of information that we use to identify LEAs for tiers and levels, we have a data sheet for you. It's actually, I think, very progressive in ways. In the past, we haven't done that. We've done these sort of standalone data sheets, and now we're providing LEAs and the public access to data that they can look at and say, like, how's my district doing? In the future, we're going to be working on improving the visualization of data so it's more accessible for both LEAs and the public, so you can look and see how is my LEA doing on these sets of outcomes. And that we're hoping that will happen for the annual determination letter in 2026 as we work with our Caltan partners. I did have very quick updates on the budget. I think there was a legislative budget session yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat any of that. There isn't a whole lot in the state budget for us, which I think is good, right? It's a commitment that they're maintaining the commitment to students with disabilities in California. So we're not seeing cuts, which is very helpful. There's a couple new things I would highlight. One is that there is the IEP template transition, electronic transition, which is working with the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence to work with an IEP vendor to digitize the IEP template. And then a set of funds for providing translations for those digitizations. So that's something we'll be working on with the legislature as well. And then the question that most people are asking us right now is I have a set of federal updates for you all, because I think that's the one that people ask us most commonly right now. So I have them in sort of 3 sets of buckets. One is around what folks have been hearing around the cancellation of contracts associated with the U.S. Department of Education. The U.S. Department of Education has canceled regional educational laboratories contracts, and as of yesterday, also canceled the contracts around comprehensive centers. So those are all, so just as an FYI, they also canceled the contracts around the Institute of Education Sciences, which supported our ability to submit data. Now, if you've been around a while, you know I come up and I say, there's 2 things we have to do to get our $1.5 billion. One is submit the APR, and the other one is submit our data. Well, the U.S. Department of Education canceled the contract, which allows us to submit the data. The good news is we submitted our data before they canceled that contract. So our data has been submitted, and so there should be no question on whether or not California would be eligible for our funding moving forward, given on those parts. There may be other questions moving forward. So I did want to let you all know that. Other than that, there's just a lot that is unknown. And so I want to kind of reinforce what I've been saying and what Dr. Heenan has been saying is that the law has not changed. And the budget process, there is, and I'll talk about that in a minute, doesn't propose any changes to IDEA and does not propose any changes to ESEA. How they fund them, that's, I think, a separate conversation, but the law is still the law. And so we at the State Department of Education will continue to follow the law as written and as it's been interpreted by the courts. The Secretary of Education, proposed Secretary of Education, had their confirmation hearing. There was a lot there to unpack. I'm not going to unpack the whole thing. What I did want to unpack was that she said she did not anticipate any cuts to IDEA funding and to Title I. So those, she said that in her discussions, she didn't see that. But she did say that there is a consideration that at least IDEA might move to another state agency or federal agency, which we kind of have been hearing. And I think one of the proposed options for moving it is to Health and Human Services. So keep an eye out for that. But that, I think, is what we heard in terms of IDEA. The congressional budget was also released recently. There's a lot there. There's a very large cut, I think around $400 billion proposed, well, requesting that the Education Committees find $400 billion in education cuts. What we're hearing is they anticipate a lot of that to come out of higher ed and not impacting Title I or IDEA, but nothing is sure. I would say that I am hopeful that the head of the current congressional committee is from California, so hopefully some of the voices of California will be heard by the head of that congressional committee on education. So fingers crossed that we can do that. The last thing that I wanted to sort of update you on is a letter, a Dear Colleague letter. So we haven't had a lot of guidance from the U.S. Department of Education in the last several months, but they did recently release a letter, a Dear Colleague letter. I encourage you all to see it, read it. There's a lot in there to unpack. But it sort of really is sort of solidifying the executive order around removing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so what I think is concerning for us and one of the things that we're going to continue to unpack more is a line in there that says the department will vigorously enforce the law on equal terms as to all preschool, elementary, secondary, and post-secondary institutions, as well as state education agencies that receive financial assistance. Please keep in mind that under IDEA, we are required to identify disproportionality and significant disproportionality. And so we're not changing that. But how we sort of like talk about that and continue to move forward on that, we're going to continue to address that. We're not moving away from our commitments. I think if you heard the state superintendent's discussion yesterday. He is fully in supportive of both students with disabilities and having a diverse and inclusive population here in the state of California, so we're not moving away from that. But there is going to be some disconnection between what we see coming out of the federal government and what we're doing here in California, I would expect. And so that's kind of where we stand today. Again, a lot of unknowns, but giving you all a little bit of update in that space. And I also have Nora here who's going to talk a little bit about some of our other work that we're doing in the parent piece around the annual performance report. And many of y'all are asking, like, how do we get these in the hands of parents? We have some really good tools. I did want to offer any questions that folks might have around the stuff that I updated before we moved on to that.
Just a quick question in regards to submitting the data to the Institute of Education Science that you guys did in time. Thank you. How often do we submit that as an annual submission so that we can qualify for the grants?
For special education, it's twice per year, once in February and then once in November. However, the department as a whole has multiple submissions through the EdFacs per year. And so some of those haven't happened yet, and so they're waiting for a contractor to see how we can submit the data.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the report. I wanted to just follow up on the liaison from the state board in terms of action steps, related to the annual report. I know you mentioned in terms of the monitoring and the technical assistance that you're providing. Are there any other action steps in response to the state board's questions and concerns that you might be able to share?
So I think there's, Commissioner Snipes talked a little bit about one of the initiatives that we're working on is, so we do focus a lot of our resources on LEAs who are far from the targets. But another initiative that we're working on, so we're sort of piloting that in the indicator 6, which is our preschool LRE indicator, is those who are within 5% of the target. It's like they need just a little bit more to get over the target. So that's something we're testing right now and see how effective it is. And if it is effective, it's something we are expanding upon moving forward. So I think that's one of the biggest pieces. I think one of the pieces, which I know going back to monitoring, how we've reconfigured monitoring is that now LEAs have 2 years to implement before they have to create a new plan. So that monitoring of implementation, to me, is probably going to be some of the most significant pieces that we're going to see to help LEAs change. Because a lot of times they've been spending year after year after year creating plans instead of actually implementing the plans.
The other thing, too, I was thinking in terms of your collaboration with the federal government is it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that there's a misunderstanding of a lot of the terms with regard to like DEI, and when we're specifically when we're talking about inclusion. There's also concern about accessibility. I heard that there were some LEAs that had their funding cut in terms of transition because there might be a misinterpretation of what transition is. I don't know if it's possible to have on the webpage, sort of a working definition of some of these terms, just so that if, there are people in Washington who are coming to look at CDE's website on DEI, maybe from the special ed division, how we're addressing inclusion, transition, et cetera. I don't know if that would be helpful at all.
Yeah, I think what we are finding is that the initial review and like cancellation of contracts and like removal of things is happening at a very surface level. So the word like keyword searches is what's happening. Like the word inclusion is happening. If the word trans, like for example, transition, just the word trans, I think is the word that they're using. So anything that comes up with that word. And so I think we're having discussions on how we create systems and processes that will support continuations of contracts regardless of what their name is. So we're going to work through that.
Do you mind repeating that website, Calton?
Yeah, Yeah, caltan.info, CALTAN.info. It is our statewide website that connects resources to LEAs, but also has all of our data, all of our monitoring. It is just a really great space for special education. Every LEA has to go there to get their information, so it's a great space. Thank you. You're welcome.
Commissioners.
I just wanted, I went onto the Cowtown website. I use it as a technical assistance provider. I use it all the time, and I really appreciate it. But I did notice that the virtual option for the CDE Roadshow isn't listed on Cowtown. So I just wanted to bring that to light. I know a lot of folks are going to want to access that.
Yeah, we'll make sure to get it up there. I thought it had it up there, but I'll change it.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Shiloh. You are always making like hard to understand things so much clearer. So thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair Graff. I really, that's just such a simple thing to point out, but it's scarily so important to do now, because transition in special education means from school to adulthood, and it's completely not what some people might think. And so I think just even having that information in general is just a good thing to have, even if not this year. Just it's a good thing to get more information out, right? I just had a quick question. If you could just say again which contracts were canceled. You said some of the federal contracts, and that's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, so as of right now, the Regional Educational Laboratories and the Institute of Education Services, IES, has been, and for those of you who are like wanting to know, you should get, the Department of Education does press releases almost daily. Those department press releases, if you also just need a like, what is, like, they're very funny, some of them, the way that they're worded, if you get some entertainment, but they also have a lot of this information about every day if they're canceling contracts and things like that. They're popping up on the press release website. And then the comprehensive centers came out yesterday as being canceled. I don't know if they intend, no, they don't, I don't seem like they intend to be funny, but they are, the way that they're worded is very, it's not a government. It's clearly a person who came from a news organization. Like, it's very like clickbait-like.
Okay. So I think what the public is concerned about is that things are very fluid right now in the federal government. And we know that there are laws, but the laws are not always being respected. Things just change. How do you reassure the public that, like some of the longstanding laws that protect special education, how will we address them, or how are we going to handle those things?
So I will say that our Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, is committed to this work and committed to ensuring that students with disabilities have everything that they're entitled to under IDEA. I also think that it is important to understand that our Attorney General here in California is also very committed to the work for all people in California and continuing the work in California. I don't know if you've seen all of the lawsuits that have been filed against the executive order and how many of them have been blocked. And it is a coalition of attorney generals that include the California Attorney General, who have been on the forefront, and they have been preparing and readying briefs and declarations. We've been part of some of them here at the department and the Special Education Division. They are very, very committed to ensuring that they're going to find every way to support the work that we're doing in California, and that includes the education work. So there hasn't been any movement against IDEA yet in this space. So we haven't, the only ones that we've been involved with have been the birthright citizenship work. We were part of that. But the other ones were not really, we haven't seen much in terms, there hasn't been direct IDEA attacks yet. When there are, I do believe that we will have support from both our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, and from our Attorney General's office. So I would say, that is there is an army of people working behind the scenes here at the state government who are really committed to continuing the work of what we believe and doing what we can. So I would take that as a way to kind of ease your burden a little bit. There's a lot of people who understand that. It's just we have to wait till something to happen for us to then do something. There's very little we can do proactively.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll transition to Nora, unless there are any other comments that I missed. Nora, thank you. We'll yield the floor to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. All right, now I think this is on, hopefully. Or not. It wouldn't be a presentation without technical difficulties.
Yeah.
All right, good morning again. I want to share a little bit. I'm here from the Director's Office today to share a little bit about what we are doing in our space around parent and family engagement around the annual performance report, which has been quite the topic of conversation this morning. So I'm really glad we kind of had that lead into what what I'm talking about today. Thank you for the assistance. I appreciate it.
I think the mic needs a bit closer.
Got it. Okay. And as I already kicked it off with one technical difficulty, I do plan on transitioning from my slides to a web page, so please pardon any technical difficulties while I try to do that as well. So, something that we really wanted to focus on this year and then in the coming few years is really trying to harness more power or family and parent engagement around the annual performance report. It is something, obviously, we talk a lot here at the department, we talk with the state board, we present to the state board, we present to the commission, but how do we get that information and that knowledge and build that capacity with parents and families? So something that we started doing, and this is our brand new rollout, is we partnered with Seeds of Partnership along with the system improvement leads in creating indicator fact sheets and feedback forms. And so SIL and Seeds worked tirelessly with us. We could not have done it without them to create these feedback forms that I will showcase you in a second. They are broken out by indicator. They have the data on them. They have what the, oh, there's the mic. They have information about what the indicator is. They have the indicator data. What does it mean for parents and families? Like, how does this very state level data, what does it mean for you? What does it mean for your child? What does it mean for your student? We worked to make sure that these fact sheets were one pages for the most part. I think indicator 3 might be the exception. Make them one page, make them very parent and family friendly. We did pilot them and get feedback from some parent organizations to make sure the language we were using was easy to understand, that anyone could look at this, whether you were looking at it on a computer or your phone. It was easily accessible and readable no matter what device you were looking at. And that is also with the feedback forms. So we have integrated into the fact sheets are links and QR codes. So again, no matter what kind of device you are looking at, you can fill out the feedback form. I know when I'm looking at something and it wants feedback, I want to do it right then and there, because otherwise if I have to wait to go to a computer or something else, I'm gonna forget, because that is just the way of life, right? We get very busy with our day-to-day. So we wanted something to be easily accessible for our parents and families and other educational partners to view these forms and solicit feedback. So this is where the technical difficulties might come in, because I need to transition. So hopefully this works along with our broadcast. But okay, great. All right, not as bad as I thought. So if there is a link, we can send it out. It's in the PowerPoint slides, but we can send it out. But under our family engagement kind of header on the special education webpage on the CDE website, we have a list, we have a landing page for these indicator information sheets and feedback here. There's a table, and it has all the indicators broken out 1 through 14. And here you'll see links to the summary handouts along with videos. These are videos that SIL had already created, but we've also linked them here. And then also to the feedback forms, which are a Google Doc or a Google form. So very easy to navigate, hopefully, although if it's not, please, I will appreciate the feedback. And what we hope is that this is broken down into a way that makes these indicators really accessible to everybody. So let me just walk through what these look like. I used indicator 1 as an example. Oh goodness. Let me zoom in quite a bit there. Okay, so indicator 1 at the top, you see here, it just has a simple explanation as to what the indicator is measuring. Why is it important? If we scroll down a little bit, we have the data. So indicator 1 is a lag year, so I know it seems like this data is from a very long time ago, but it is lag year data. So it shows what the data is a couple different ways. It's kind of visualized. How we are progressing, so it shows this chart with the target and then the statewide percent. And then over here on the right-hand side, there's some additional resources. And again, you can go back to the video that was on the landing page. There's an intro to the SPP and also the indicator 1 specific video. And then along is the link or the QR code to the feedback form. So again, we really tried to make these as like easily accessible and to navigate for parents and families. And then each one has this tips for supporting students box, and this is really how the connection between what does this indicator that the state is required to collect and measure and report on every year mean for your parent and family and child, you know, and what can we do, and what can the team surrounding that student do. And then lastly, this is what the feedback forms look like. Let me see if I can zoom that in a little bit. That's a little small, but at the top, it just has some basic information. Okay. It's very small on my little screen too, so I apologize. There's some basic information about why we are requesting this feedback. So part of this initiative is also because this type of information is very important to the U.S. Department of Education. And so we do make it clear here that the only reason we are asking for demographic information from parents and families is because we have to report that back to the U.S. Department of Education. It's not used for anything else. And so we wanted to make that very clear. Because as you scroll down, there's an option to identify your role. And again, we've included, you know, other roles outside of just parent and family. What is your race, ethnicity? What county? And this is something we hope to elaborate on in the future around kind of being able to target, like, are we getting 10,000 feedback forms, that'd be a dream, from one specific county. That county is doing amazing work, right, to reach out to their parents and families. Are we getting 0 responses from other counties in the state? What can we do to encourage and increase our outreach there? And then just 2 simple questions. Are the indicator targets achievable? Are they appropriate? Do they need to be revised? And this will be important in the future. In just a few short years, we will re-examine our targets, potentially re-bench them, set new targets moving into the next 5 years. So this is something some feedback we're hoping to get prior to that process starting. And then second question is just improvement strategies. And this is suggestions on activities or strategies that may help us reach the target. So again, very simple questions, hopefully very easy to navigate and accessible to our parents and families. And that is what we're doing right now. We just rolled this out. This is on our website, on the CDE website. This is on the Seeds of Partnership website. We hope to kind of expand a little bit more. We're working with our SILPA partners to roll it out to their parent organizations, working with the FECs to roll it out to their parents. Future goals for some of these things include translating these handouts into multiple languages. We realize that is an accessibility issue that we want to be able to ensure that all parents and families can access these pages. We want to hold webinars on some of these topics. And then additionally, some of these handouts, the goal is to put the data we are about to submit in February, so we submit the annual performance report in February of every year. Roll out these handouts in late fall. Unfortunately, the timeline's very short. From when we get the data, can process the data, create these handouts with the most current data that we have for the data we're about to submit in February. So we can get feedback on the data before we even submit it to the U.S. Department of Education. So it's as live as we can get. Instead of having parents and families and other education partners give us feedback on data we've already submitted and is, several months old potentially at that point. So those are our hopes and dreams for this project so far. We are always open to feedback. If you have any feedback or thoughts or anything on these things right now, or places where we could grow in this area, I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you so much, Nora. And I just take a moment and just appreciate the growth that has already taken place. In my time around special ed, this is a significant improvement from where we've been in terms of parent accessible resources and transparency around soliciting thoughts outside of our, when we get in the period of looking at our APR where we need all of the working groups and input sessions. And so I think it's a testament to the department's and the division's continued commitment to partnerships with families and learning from the feedback from previous rounds. And so just so much appreciation for the resources that you've shared. I will scan the dais for comments or questions. Okay.
Thank you. Those handouts look like Shiloh's brain, making clear for the rest of us all this data that this is what it looks like to me. So thank you. Some of us really need it. So as a parent, I really appreciate, as Chair Tossin said, the transparency and then the accessibility and reaching out to the parents. I was glad to hear that you said that you were going to be working already on getting it translated to other languages. So I'm glad that that's already on the works. And then I just had a question. I assume that there is accessibility for the visually impaired. Because that's always an issue when we try to talk about how can we get this information from our work put out on the CDE websites. So whoever's doing that, can we find out who they are and how it's done? Because I think that's great if we were able to get all that done.
Yeah, Sil worked really hard along with, I know, our own internal office to make sure that all of these documents were 508 compliant. So which is the challenge a lot of times with especially data visualization.
So that was CDE that did it, or it was
and the system improvement leads.
Together. Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you. This is very exciting news, and I really applaud you and everyone else who's worked on this. But it did prompt me to ask another question of Shiloh. I apologize, Shiloh. Because with the IEP template, you talked about the funding, for soft, platform and so forth, and translation. But, the actual training materials to be able to utilize the new IEP template, especially for families, to know how to participate in the IEP process and so forth. Is there any update on funding for, across the board for, training materials for teachers, administrators, universities, parents, and so forth on the new template?
So in the budget, there was just 2 items. There was one item for CCE to contract with an electronic IEP provider to digitize the IEP template, and then there is another line item for us, the state education agency, to contract with the county office to do translation. Now, I'm not sure if there's any flexibility or there will be any flexibility in that level of funding to maybe provide some materials in multiple languages for parents to understand the template. I don't know if that's sort of been questioned, but it's definitely something as we move forward in the budget process, we can definitely have discussions with moving forward.
Yeah, I served on the work group to develop the new template, and that was one of the key aspects of it is how do we roll this out with training materials, because it is a very different, I'm very excited about the possibility, but It's going to take a lot of training for all the participants in the IEP process. So it looks like Kate maybe has a comment here from the board.
Yeah, just a very quick comment on the IEP digitization budget language. It does include a carve-out specifically for the high-quality IEP lead to work with the provider and expand the repertoire of training materials that they already have on the IEP. So there's going to be some component of that they'll be charged specifically to do, both for administrators and for parents.
Thank you. That's very exciting. Thank you very much.
Hi there. Thanks so much for presenting. I was actually a part of the IEP template working group, and I would say it's probably the best thing I've ever seen. And staring at a corporate-looking IEP document, which I don't like looking at. And I think that the new IEP template, it's just so like family and student voice centered. It's just so friendly to look at. Like I don't have to look so petrified of looking at a paper that looks so, oh my God, am I in trouble or something? It's just so, I really like it and I really appreciate it. And I really like the focus that the CD Special Education Division is becoming more family and student focused. Like now I don't have to worry about going to a website that doesn't feel like I need to be scared or doesn't feel to speak with me. It feels more family and youth focused, and it's giving family and youth the ability to like actually communicate or actually go to the website and get resources they need. And I think it makes it a huge difference, and I think it's a really huge commitment, and we should continue that work and really push forward for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments from commissioners online? Okay, seeing none. Shiloh North, thank you so much. And I just want to express my appreciation for the resources that you shared. These are phenomenal. Just in comparing where we were previously as a state and a department, I mean, there's color, there's graphs, there are clear explanations. While we've talked about these being family and student friendly, I like understanding the concepts of universal design for learning, like they're everybody friendly. If you've tried to read through the thick packet to understand what APR is, like it's a couple of pages and it gets pretty technical. These resources, I think we should promote the dissemination far and wide to educators, families, and anyone who has interests. Because as we have greater transparency, we get more input, and then find greater solutions. So thank you again. And as we move to public comment, I just wanted to, we've talked about the challenges with the current administration and the uncertainty that we have. And I just wanted to pass on a comment that I'm stealing from Superintendent Dr. Christy Barrett of Hemet Unified. I was in a meeting and she shared, the insecurity and related to the chaos and everything that's going on. And just want to highlight the leadership that we have in our state that is actively protecting the values and the goals that we have previously set. And so from our perspective, the challenge for us to communicate in a manner that creates power, not panic. And so as Shiloh talked about, IDEA is in place. There are changes happening. Being intentional about allowing educators and families to focus on the work that's at hand and that we've been engaged in and that's within our control might be one strategy that will allow us to maintain some level of sanity in very chaotic times. And so thank you again for the department for the information and resources that have been shared. I'll ask any members of the public in the room who wish to make public comment to please begin lining up. And if we can display the slide for public comment for those who are communicating or participating virtually. And I've gotten feedback. I incorrectly made the assumption that everyone had the conference dial-in number saved in their favorites. They do not. So we want to make sure we leave adequate time for members who are calling in to be able to make comment. I see we have one public comment in the room. Kara, please.
Can't remember a time that she's presented to SECO, but we would be happy to invite her and work with her to get more information out to the public. Thanks.
Thank you, Kara. We will certainly pass that invitation along. Seeing no more public comments in the room, we'll pause for a sufficient amount of time and allow for public comment on items 10 and 11. And while we're giving time for folks to dial in, I see our next presentations are in the room. Are you okay on time if we allow for a 10-minute break? I know we're running a little bit behind. Okay, perfect, thank you. So members of the public who are calling in, we are working through it. We are aware that you're in the queue, and we'll begin opening up the line momentarily.
Caller ending in 8635. If you're comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Scott Turner, Chair of SELP Administrators of California. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Just want to thank Dr. Leibach Amen for her comments earlier regarding the Deaf Education Guidelines Work Group. We have 3 SELPA directors that are on the work group, and we look forward to the completion of the guidelines and sharing that information with constituents. Also want to thank State Superintendent Thurman, Board Member Yoshimoto Towery, Kate Dove, and numerous commissioners that were present yesterday. Commissioner Tux Jargle for her amazing speech. It was great to see so much support at the 50th anniversary of IDEA event. Also want to thank CDE for leading for the SELPAs and LEAs affected by the fires, setting them up with supports from OSEP, and meetings will be occurring in the months to come, including on-site visits from OSEP. Thank you for all the support for those districts and SELPAs that were impacted by the fires. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. There are no other callers at this time.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. With that, we will close public comment on these items. It is 10:48 by my phone, so we'll take a 10-minute break and we will resume promptly at 10:58. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. We are very delighted to have partners from the Los Angeles County Office of Education to share an update about Embracing Abilities project. And let me begin by thanking you for your flexibility with our schedule. And we thought we'd see you virtually today, and thank you for the effort to be here in person with us. We certainly appreciate it, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
All right, good morning. And David, great to see you again. You know, our chair of ACSE, the fellow commissioners, our state director, our student commissioners, and also the public. Thank you for this opportunity to share Embracing All Abilities. So we'll go ahead and start, and we'll talk a little bit about who we are. So we're under the leadership of our Chief Academic Officer, Ruben Valles, who has a long career in LA Unified as a teacher, principal, and area director. Then myself, Dr. Javon Jacobs, I'm the Director 2 of the Division of Special Education in Laco. Then we have our project lead, Dr. Marsha Riley. She'll go ahead and provide some introductions with her section of the presentation. And then we have Kristen Stanke, who is our Senior Program Specialist, who has a long career in providing as a teacher for the visually impaired. And then we have two project consultants. So we have Yvonne Gutierrez, who was a retiree from LACO, and she was served as the director of the Division of Curriculum and Instruction. And she has a long career as a teacher, principal. And lastly, we have Christine Jackson, who really went through teaching as an ed specialist. She's an autism and behavior specialist and a former captain lead for our area in LACO. And for myself, it's a full circle moment. So 25 years ago, I started as a teacher in LACO, and so I did an inclusion preschool classroom. So that was a collaboration between LACO and also Head Start, and with our local LEA, which was Bellflower. So that was just exciting to see full inclusion at that time, and we had students of all abilities in the classroom engaging with all the Head Start students. And just finding a way that had the students feel like they belong in the classroom and they were able to collaborate, share, and learn from each other. Then I went on to do SDC for extended support needs and also SDC special day classes for students with autism. After that, I went on to become a resource teacher in the alternative ed setting. I'd love those students in secondary and really looking at having them transform their lives and get a high school diploma. After that, I went on to be a charter director for a large charter management organization in Los Angeles County. Then I became the first SELPA director for Compton when it became a single district SELPA from a multi-district SELPA. Then I went on to be the executive director for Stockton Unified SELPA, where it's 40,000 students, 54 schools. And then I came back to Southern California, lastly as the associate superintendent for Pasadena Unified School District as their SELPA director. So I just want to acknowledge all the work and the determination of the students and families in Los Angeles County with the fires. So I personally know many, many colleagues that have lost their homes, many students, the families that have been disruptive, and even in my small division, 2 of our colleagues have lost their homes in the fire. So there's a lot of work, a lot of determination, and a lot of people are gonna rebuild and come back. So just wanted to acknowledge what's going on in our local area. So we're gonna start with a short video from Hope Motherbra. So I'm gonna just share a little bit about this wonderful college student graduate. So she graduated from Los Angeles County of the Arts School. That's a school run by LACO. She's a recent college graduate in a degree of graphic arts. She graduated from Pratt's College in Brooklyn, and all the time while receiving supports for visual impairment. And our very own Kristen Stanke was her teacher years ago. So just exciting to see her create our logo for our project, Embrace Abilities.
When we embrace all abilities, every student matters. Every piece matters. Together, we are complete.
And so in that video, each of the little colors and squares represent all 58 of the counties, County Office of Ed. So we just wanted to tie it into the work that we are doing. All right. And so Embrace Abilities is one of the 7 special education resource leads within the California Systems of Support. And just to really acknowledge that when I came to LACO a year ago, this had already been granted, and then under the leadership of Dr. Wright, the other thing. Okay. All right, then I'll keep going then.
Please enjoy this hold music. Take this as a moment of mindfulness. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. I want to encourage everyone to please try not to have this melody stuck in your head the rest of the day, your commute home.
All right. So we'll go back to embraceability. So we're the 1 in 7 of the special education resource leads in California. And as I was stating, so when I started LACO a year ago, I was very fortunate under the leadership of Dr. Marsha Riley that this grant had already been given, and they were halfway through their first year. So I got to, get to experience. They did all the hard work of planning, which I'll go through all the forms and their logic model that was developed. And I was able to go out and see our county-run programs throughout this great state. So a little bit about our year one overview. So as you saw, the team, there was 51 days of travel. There was 228 classrooms visited across 115 school sites. As part of the process, which we'll go through, there were 33 students interviewed. We had 19 families and 45 staff members in all, and there were a total of 18 COEs, County Office of Ed, in all GEO lead regions. And in the map there, you can see all the various colors of the GEO regions. So there was at least one county office in each of the GEO regions that was visited. So the purpose of the project, so just looking at our extensive support needs, looking across California, love the promising practices, because we wanted to continue to share that work. Then we wanted to look for opportunities to utilize the California system support and opportunities for areas of growth and improvement, all while capacity building, which is the overarching goal of the project. So a little more of what the project entails. So it is a partnership with CDE and CCEE for our team, Embraceabilities, to build capacity by providing supports for systematic continuous improvements to County Office of Education and local LEAs for the area of inclusion of students with extensive supports needs. So part of year one was really looking at programs for extensive support needs that were run by County Office of Ed. So, looking at what is the need, the why, the supports, how do we support county offices, and how do we support LEAs, and providing that inclusion opportunity and looking at least restrictive environment, and a little bit about the needs of various counties. And so there was a lot of going through the visits, which will go in part 2 of, some of the why are these programs needed, and just understanding the local issues and concerns of support services that are needed in the various county offices. So just a little bit of our logic model that was created. So the first top row is really what happens before the meetings. So, having that introduction with the County Office of Ed, confirming the schedule, allowing them to know what we're looking for. What's our data sets? What is our empathy interviews? What are our classroom walkthrough look like? Meeting and co-creating what the agenda is going to look like. What is our schedule going to look like? Because we really want the opportunity to look at the variety of programs, from the preschool programs to the programs for the transition students to the VI, the medically fragile, the extensive support needs. Some had programs for students with autism, and of course the therapeutic programs that some county offices provide. And then the middle blue area is what happens during. So really sending out the staff survey, holding debrief conversations amongst ourselves, making sure that we complete our walkthroughs, complete student and family interview, and complete the COE empathy interviews and staff interviews during that visit. And then the last darker blue area is really what happens after. So really calibrating amongst the team that visit, what did we see, making sure that we followed our protocols, input all of our data from the classroom walkthroughs, our empathy interviews, and then create kind of a summary of what we saw. And also, of course, sending thank you notes to all that participated to the county office. So just going through what the planning looked like to go into each of the visits. So the first one is the one-pager that was sent out to the county offices that walk them through what to expect during the visit. So what are we expecting to learn, the magic that we're going to see in the classrooms. They would have the links to the protocol. And as, once again, we co-created what the event would look like, which would lead us into the planning document. So the planning document was we try to see as much variety of programs and classes. So some were just had one preschool class till there were some visits we were there for 4 days and looked over 30 classrooms across great county offices. So we were driving around to many county offices, so it just depended on what each county office was sharing. And then the classroom protocol. So when we walked into the classrooms, we didn't want to look like we were evaluating. So there were very simple forms that we memorized ourselves, walked in, we talked to the students, sometimes the teacher would engage with us, we would see what's going on, looked at the instruction, we would also see what was on the wall of the student work, and then sometimes we would take photos of some best practices that we saw. And then once we would exit the classroom, we would take about 3-4 minutes, do our little note page, and then go on to the next classroom. So we really wanted to seem authentic and that we are here to look and to observe and understand what was going on and what supports and services were given. And we really took under the lens of, there was a classroom checklist, there was a student engagement, there was an adult engagement, and then a close look at the classroom environments. And then the second part was our empathy interviews. So there was many layers to the empathy interviews, from looking at the COE admin questions to the staff questions to the student questionnaire and also the family questionnaire. And just looking at the student questionnaire was, what is your favorite class of the day? So just really having them share and acknowledge what they were going through. We had many wonderful experiences. So one of the experiences was a high schooler in the wellness center. She felt very relaxed there and shared her entire journey of being in a program run by the county office. We had some preschoolers, we were sitting on the swing outside, to a student that had to respond in eye gaze. So just many opportunities for students to express themselves and how they felt about their instruction and education. And then we had the COE. So one of the questions that was on our protocol was, help us understand the role and relationship between yourself and the LEA. So just understanding how did they get there, what supports they need, how is the collaboration going as part of our protocols. And then our debrief protocol, so every evening we would get together the team and kind of talk about what we saw the day, because we all came in with a different lens. As I had shared, Christine Jackson comes in with a huge behavior background. So she would see things in a certain lens. Myself, as being an instructional leader for many years, looked at the larger global. So we just kind of had that, a couple hours over dinner to talk about what we saw. And then lastly was our surveys. So our surveys, we would send out to the site staff that were not able to participate, and also the families that were not able to participate. But one of the empathy interviews that I want to talk about with the parents was one of our rural areas of California. They couldn't just decide on what parent wanted to be there. So we had a collective of 5 preschool parents that wanted to go. And we had just a round table discussion for an hour, and they were just kind of sharing their journeys, how they got there, how they support each other and network in their areas. Most of their students had their children had autism as their diagnosis, and working through and how they collectively support each other. And so this is just, once again, just so you can see the various data sources that we used in order to create our first year report. So classroom protocols, empathy interviews, surveys, and our debrief protocols. And all of that collected our qualitative and quantitative data analysis that we went to put together. So our follow-up was in thank you notes. Sometimes we had follow-up meetings with the county office if there were any additional questions that we had. And then finally, the fun item of inputting all the data and constantly sending out the survey reminders, which we did get a 30% return rate on that. And at your desk, you guys have seen our findings. So here's the wonderful annual report that shares all of the detailed information about how we got there, where we're going. And then Marcia will go ahead and share out the part of what came out of our findings from our first year.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to share this work. We are so excited. This is something that we get to do, and we recognize that every day. This is not something that a lot of people have the opportunity to go on a California statewide world tour and visit such great places and spaces. My undergraduate degree is in business management, and my first real job out of college was process improvement in a plastic production facility. And so eventually my husband and I changed careers, moved from, Nevada to Burbank area and began teaching. And I always, went in with it, with that sort of process improvement mindset, which was sometimes maddening, as an education specialist, eventually as a site administrator in middle school, and then at the district level, and then county level. And then I found my people in grant work and being able to co-create this work and looking at how we can provide ways to look at what we're doing well and how can we improve that. So that's where we're at with this. You have we're mid-year, a little over mid-year of our second year of this grant project. And at the end of the first year, we have the promising practices and opportunities for improvement based in the GeoLead area, but I'm going to hit the highlights. And in the interest of time, we can sit around and have coffee and have some great conversation about examples from each one of these promising practices and opportunities for improvement. And maybe we'll schedule another time for that. But promising improvements, this is not going to be information that is brand new to you. It's just validating what we already know and setting a foundation, because we were given the task of determining what's the state of inclusion for the state of California. And for us, our lane, and I even say bike lane, is for the area of supporting students with extensive support needs. And so some promising practices that we saw overall, genuine relationship building. And so, examples of that would be, one of our conversations, we saw different programs, specific, like maybe just programs that were just county office run, regionalized programs on a separate setting, and also, the continuum, county office run programs in an LEA, and what that meant and what that looked like kind of across the state. And one of the examples I have for genuine relationship building is a school site principal at an LEA where there's a county-run program. And in front of their school, where students needed to be dropped off, the curbs are painted yellow. And when you have students with extensive support needs, there's some accessibility issues and some time, getting in and out of the vehicle, and parents would have to pull up. And it was causing some frustration for many different people for parents to be at an extended time in yellow curb parking, right? So there's some people that kind of had some concerns about that. The principal called her, maintenance group in the district office and said, let's paint it green. Problem solved. So there wasn't that barrier of those people are taking too long and that, so just simple fix. So the building the relationship, understanding the needs, identifying and that supports more than just the students with extensive support needs, right? So, that we talked about UDL just a little bit earlier, that was referenced. Empowering school sites to have unified sports programs, not just a county-run program, but the entire site and student leaders being involved with that. Leveraging available resources for systematic student supports. There was an example of one of the county offices that we visited. It's one that is referred to as a single. So a single county, single district, single SELPA, all in one. And so there was a student that is foster youth and was placed in a city, but their IEP called for a program that was not in that city. They didn't necessarily have a bus that could easily transport. So that the director of special education knew the different communities, the different cities, because now this is a 45-minute drive, which is more on a bus, that there was teachers working at the high school that the student needed to receive the services living in the city close to where the foster parents were. They just set up a system where the teacher was allowed to get mileage for the drive that they were already going to make, and it happened to be a married couple. They would pick up this student, bring them to school with them. And so instead of hiring a bus or a transportation service, now the student has connections with adults on campus, immediate connections. And so that's, you look at the available resources, and what we saw is the tiny school districts and the tiny county offices, they didn't have any other choice. We found out as, someone from LA County, you don't have a non-public school in your county? That was shocking to us a year and a half ago. They make it work. They have resources, because they have to, right? Those are the golden nuggets that we wanted to pull in and be able to share with everyone. Culture of belonging. When you have, county programs on an LEA, you have administrators that they're my students. They aren't the county students, they're my students. That speaks volumes. Making sure that the calendars and the times and the days that students from both programs are attending. Academic rigor and high expectations. To be able to walk into a class for students that have needs that are referred to as medically fragile, and there's academic rigor, was just amazing to us. That was, there are other things going on, but be able to walk in and see that, and where you have embedded supports in the classroom, they aren't being pulled out, everything's in there, and meaningful and professional learning. So, we all know teacher shortage, staff shortage, right? When you have systems that are set up to support paraprofessionals to then, homegrown talent to then become teachers in classrooms that they already know what they're getting into. That was just wonderful to be able to see. And the authentic way in which the staff came together before school, after school, in between. There's one school site where they found a way to meet 5 minutes in the parking lot where they were to have a conversation about what their day was going to look like for the students in a behavior program. And that was important. Some worked it out to be longer, but meaningful professional learning is very important to be able to tie that in. Continuous improvement is always important. So we saw some opportunities, again, kind of on the other side, opportunities for increasing academic rigor, making sure that there are classes and schedules and transcripts and, we saw some times where there were extended periods of non-academic time in classes for students with extensive support needs. So those are opportunities. And I think with the alternative pathway to high school diploma, that is definitely going to start to kind of shore that up as well. We also saw where there are some shortened days for students in preschool with students with extensive support needs. So that was a little, another opportunity for improvement. Looking at facilities to promote inclusion and accessibility, and that's a little bit outside of our scope, but it's always something to kind of look at. There are some county office-run programs that are on standalone campuses. Is there an opportunity to maybe bring that closer to the neighborhood schools? Those are kind of big questions. They're not easy fixes, but something to look at. Lack of public transportation for students that are learning how to use public transportation or need public transportation. Of course, that is a little bit out of our scope, but what can we do, to at least address that and see? Prioritizing relationships with LEAs. When you have a teacher that is paid for and hired by the county office program on a district campus, an LEA campus, and the principal says, teachers, please check your emails, and you have a different email and you didn't receive an email and you have no idea what's going on. That is concerning, and that happens in some counties and some LEAs and not others. An opportunity for improvement there. Increasing support and accountability, structures to build capacity. There are systems that are set up where LEAs have contract limits on the number of students that receive special education services to be allowed in their classrooms. Head Start regulations sometimes are fun, where they have barriers to DHH inclusion because they don't allow speakers or microphones in the classroom. So looking at that, obviously an opportunity to see what we can do there. Prioritizing a whole student approach, ensuring that there are areas for students to decompress, take ownership of their behavior, and have that in a way that doesn't stigmatize students or staff. Making sure that family members feel like they are a part and belong in the classroom, even though if at the time their child may only be in that class for 30 minutes a day, something like that. So those are just kind of some overall examples. So from all of that, all the information collected, all the data sources that Javon referred to, we came up with essentially the components of a model classroom. That's the foundation for our work from now on, essentially for our work for planning the beginning of year 2, and we'll talk about that as far as our Learning Institute. This, again, is not going to be anything that you probably couldn't have guessed if I gave you a quiz prior to me coming up here and speaking. Academic strategies, instructional strategies, behavior strategies, social emotional strategies, and then what sort of supports can support all of that from a district or county level. I believe UDL and PBIS will save the world, so you're talking about academic and behavioral strategies working in tandem, right? Instructional strategies, embedded related services coming into the classroom to support the students, which essentially support all students. Wellness, take the stigma away from mental health supports. And then again, looking at ways, how can the districts and the county offices support all of that at a classroom level, and making sure that families are involved. I'm noticing the time, so I'll be really, really quick. We began the year with these 3 overarching goals. We wanted to continue our relationships with the county offices that we met along our world tour, and co-create learning, a 2-day learning institute. And make sure the second goal is to the ongoing collaboration. So not only did we have a 2-day learning institute that was robust, continuing those conversations that were started in communities of practices, and we'll talk about that. We had 6 strands going as we speak. We wanted to scale and spread our work. We started out with a relationship with 18 county offices, and I'll show how we have increased that. Again, our 2-day learning institute. Each day we had an opportunity, in very much grateful and thank you to Tulare County Office of Ed, who gave us the space, the conference center, and helped us create this learning. So what I mean about co-creating this learning is all the information that we gathered from our visits to, as people were registering, we would send out surveys and even meet with them what do you need? This is where we have this annual report. This is, the main promising practices, opportunities for improvement. This is what the highlights we think we should be. What else should we add? How should we tweak it? And we did that. Part of it was site visits in Tulare with their programs. The only 2 days back-to-back that we could get were in January. So not all programs, districts were open, but we made it work. It was awesome. We also had keynote speakers. I'll show that in just a minute. And then some breakout sessions. We're very proud of who came and who are part of this work so far with us. We were able to get some sponsorships. Our presenters included SIP. We had CalExE, Muse, UC Davis Seeds Program, California Includes, as well as some of our national folks, Maryland Coalition for Inclusive Education, the TIES Center. Our keynote speaker, the now former Assistant Secretary of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services, was going to make it in person, but that was when Washington, D.C. shut down for snow, so she was virtual. And then the National Center for Technical Assistance for Inclusion at SWIFT. They were able to provide a keynote as well. The attendee information is what gets me all just geeky excited. We had 33% of California county offices were represented in our sweet little 140 attendees. 3 out of the 7 special education resource leads were presenters. 3 of our county office partners shared some of their work and their journey. We had 4 California statewide system of support inclusion leads, and then the 3 national level inclusion centers that I had mentioned. And you can see it was very admin heavy, whether it was county, district, site level, but we also had speech therapists, we even had a nurse in attendance. We asked the attendees to come as a team. So, and bring your LEA partner. So it's not just county office work. How can we meet them where they're at? And that way we can collect the data of where is a county at. I had an interview yesterday with a county office, and they had the county office, the SELPA, 2 LEAs in attendance that was the team that came to the Learning Institute. That speaks volumes to me. That's going to be some great work. Some of the feedback, it was very well organized. The keynotes, the breakout sessions, people really liked that. They wanted a fall date. I totally get that. January 7th and 8th was our date, so that was pretty fun time. Want to have more of that discussion regarding inclusion. What does that look like when you're talking about a county office-run program and when we're looking at LEAs? So that's something that we really need to look at. We aren't saying that it needs to look a certain way. We're just saying that what are opportunities so we can have students receive their support in the least restrictive environment, and how can we support the movement towards that? Some logistics and some support with that. And what we're doing next is our communities of practice. So 6 strands: academic rigor, behavior supports, early learning, inclusive mindset, low incidence, and post-secondary transition. Some of those have started. Dr. Gail Gear out of the TIES Center is facilitating the academic rigor. Behavior supports our other 2 retiree colleagues. We have our gen ed and special ed counterparts there, Chris Jackson, Avon Contreras. You will recognize Commissioner Heather Snipes. Woot, woot. Doing early learning community practice. It's some great conversations. Kimbrine, I don't know if you recognize her name. She does some national work. Mindset is also going to be really big in our conversations going into year 3. Low incidence, DHH, VI. We have some exciting stuff coming up with that. Again, that's our partner, Kristen Stankey, and Nick Frank is also, he's the lead for VI. And then we are leaning on our partner out of San Bernardino as well for DHH support. Saw some great work there. And then you may recognize Shara Perry. She's one of the special education resource leads in the area of transition, post-secondary education and transition. So that's very exciting. Javon's going to quickly talk about our next steps, so then we can answer some questions.
So I hope this gave you a snapshot of all the work that has been going on for a year and a half, 2 years almost. So, our big picture next step, as we thinking and, creating year 3 is how do we expand family community engagement initiatives, continue to provide that professional development and for our educators and, the discussion about coaching, how do we share, our best practices, and how do we continue to improve our systems, strengthen the LEA capacity, continue to do the policy and system advocacy as we see that it's more important in this time than it has been in a long history of time. And then just looking at our infrastructure and our accessibility and enhancements. And all how is, continue with the California system of support. So leveraging each other's resources and knowledge to continue this work. And lastly, I just wanted to share that we were co-awarded for the California Center for Inclusive College with Sacramento County Office of Ed, so that we are going to continue the work from Embraceabilities with the extensive support needs students to continue to provide those institution of higher ed programs for our students with intellectual developmental disabilities. So we're excited to become the TA Center for California. And so our 6 schools that we have that we're partnering, colleges that we're partnering with is CSUN, Cal State Long Beach, UCLA, of course, the SEEDS program that I know that they have presented here, the UC Davis SEEDS program, the San Francisco State, and also Fresno State. So we try to make them a little more regional to continue to support that. We are working on our website and logo, as we're looking at, continuing how do we provide these opportunities for our students with extensive support needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a thorough presentation and all of the work that's being done. And I really appreciate the engaging community and information gathering. And one of the things that jumps out at me, it's on page 38 of the annual report, where you kind of share some graphs around how families are communicating with their IEP team and all the different modes of communication: phone, email, texting, apps. And then the very next slide, who do families reach out to with questions and or concerns? And the majority of the time, it's the classroom teacher. And so for me, that just highlights the demand on classroom teachers and the need for support and resources to be able to be responsive when there are questions and concerns, but then also still be present to implement the model classroom. And so just recognizing the reality of the work that teachers are doing and the level of support required to achieve, transformative outcomes, and appreciate you uplifting those voices and the experiences throughout the report, and then integrating it into the planning of how you will provide capacity building opportunities in the subsequent years. So thank you so much for these resources. I will scan the dais. Vice Chair Groff.
Thank you. This is very exciting. I have 3 questions, comments. About the Inclusive Higher Ed project that you're talking about, how can we also involve private universities in that? And then also, how are you outreaching to university preparation programs, specifically in the areas of extensive support needs? And then my last thing is, what do you find is a couple of the major barriers to inclusion? If you had to prioritize, sort of what are the major areas of resistance to inclusion? Thank you.
So we were just awarded the grant about a month ago, so we're still working on many of that, and it's in legislative language, so there are some expected outcomes that we are working on. And so one of the priorities, of course, we're going to utilize private universities, but the priority was to build our state universities, our CSUs and our UC. So that is a priority to do that. But of course, many of the privates have continued to provide opportunities for that. Second question.
As far as barriers, I would say behavior. That is number one. Students with behavior issues are not going to be accepted into a inclusive college experience. And so that is where we are leveraging our work with Embraceabilities for ensuring that students, behavior isn't something that's going to change overnight or in a week or in a month, because you have the muscle memory. That's, communication that is learned. It has worked for them, and until something else works, they need that support. So that's where it aligns our work with Embraceabilities and focusing on behavior and what can we do to support, to build capacity for that. Looking to those county offices that don't have the non-public schools that handle that on their own. What can we learn from them that can be shared across? So that's number one. Number two is mindset. The idea that, can students with extensive support needs attend, have a post-secondary inclusion experience at a college campus?
I'm sorry. I might not have been clear. I meant in terms of your work, not so much at the higher ed level. No, I understand. But I mean, as you're, working statewide, yeah,
It's the same.
same behavior and also mindset.
Hear the same conversations with the professors or hear the same feedback. It's just a little tweaked, but it's the same that you'd have the conversations about elementary, middle school, high school.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from the dais or questions? Looking to the left, looking to the right. Any comments from commissioners who are joining virtually? Do you have a comment? Go. All right. Commissioner Tuggs-Jarkle.
Hi, thanks so much for presenting. This is a great presentation, very thoughtful and very detailed and a lot of data. I like data and data tells a lot of story too. I was wondering to know, what is the work being done in this space regarding in juvenile justice schools? I was wondering and curious about that with those extensive needs in the juvenile justice school settings in this area. And I think if you haven't, I think that would be a great place to also work and include as well.
So I attend the other project of the juvenile court schools. So there's a small percentage of students that attend, that are placed in juvenile court schools that do require extensive support needs, but that is definitely something that they're looking at, and we hope that, and there are other members from my team that do join that committee, so we're really wanting to make sure that the services and supports are provided in that setting.
I think that would be great and very important as often as when we recognize the system in the work that we do, it's always important to acknowledge the different types of systems they are because a lot of the system work in silos. So thank you and let's continue that work.
Thank you so much for the presentation and your time. I will open up for public comment at this time. So members of the public wishing to make comment in the room, please begin lining up. And members of the public wishing to call in, please begin doing so now. And I've been alerted that there have been a few folks who weren't able to get through when they called in. So I believe we've resolved that barrier, and we'll just make sure we allow for enough time for folks to dial in. Seeing no public comments in the room, we'll close public comment in the room and linger just a little bit longer to give everyone an opportunity who may be calling in with public comment.
There are no callers at this time.
Then we will close public comment. Dr. Riley, Dr. Jacobs, again, thank you and much appreciation. And we look forward to tracking on your work in the future. Okay, commissioners, we will move into, someone destroyed my paperwork up here. Item 13, committee reports and agenda building, and we had our committee time yesterday and kind of got a little jump start on our agenda building. As we go into agenda building, if you have the agenda in front of you, just wanted to call out some of the structural pieces in our planning. On day one, we have typically 7 items. And the approach that we've been taking to day one is that is the day for presentations. And so we invite presenters to come in and share information on day one. Day two, where we have subsequent items, tend to try to structure it where that would be our reports, our work, and reports from liaisons. Because sometimes going through 2 full days of content, I'll just speak for myself and my limitations. It becomes difficult to track along and continue to engage at 3:30 on day 2 with really complex content. So I just wanted to call that out. So as we're developing our agenda, thinking about the number of slots that we have for presentations, and we certainly have flexibility with day 2, but I wanted to just kind of share the planning and intention around the structure of the agenda, but we can certainly allow for space for all the presentations and content that we need to inform us in our work. And so based on my notes, which are definitely incomplete, we've already committed for our April meeting presentations. The 2 presentations that we postponed yesterday related to the system of support and updates on some statewide mental health work. We have reserved a potential spot for the ACSE Impact Award, depending on their availability for the April or June meeting. We've also pre-committed a slot for the Family Empowerment Centers. They were unable to join us for this meeting, but committed to the April meeting. And yesterday, we confirmed potential presentations from the Legend Policy Committee, Literacy, and Equity and Inclusion. Is there anything that I'm omitting from our previous conversation before we entertain other topics for April? Okay, so far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 presentations that we're planning for. Is there anything additional that we would like to add to the agenda for April, or any suggestions?
Are you, when you're talking about 7 presentations, are you talking about over the 2 days or?
Over the 2 days right now. So we've already committed 7 slots in our agenda for presentations right now.
Okay, because some of those could move to day 2. The ones that are the committee reports could be day 2. Would that be?
Those committee reports, as I understood yesterday, were going to reach out to potential presenters, not a committee report.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Okay.
It's gone.
No, it's back.
Yes.
I think this is a day 2 topic, but just as Commissioner Ruiz and I'm able to share about the community/family voice ideas that we come up with. We want to set aside time for that.
That will definitely be a priority during our committee work session time.
My brain is on afternoon mode, so I don't know if you mentioned legislation updates. Is that already covered? Okay, thank you.
We could include it through the Ledge Policy Committee, so that is something. And then also, I was thinking in anticipation, since everything is so uncertain coming down from the federal government, to maybe be able to have some conversations either with CDE attorneys and also looking at sort of the wraparound services for our students with more complex needs. So for example, Department of Developmental Services, Regional Center, looking at Medicaid, all of the various other areas that might impact our students with more extensive support needs, to be able to bring in maybe some presentations. But that's just, I'm just throwing that out there as a possible.
Would be great, thank you.
Okay. So are there any other agenda items that anyone would like to propose now? Okay, so with that, just a reminder, if you are a co-chair for one of the committees, your orientation around action will be to identify the presenters and connect the potential presenters or confirmed presenters with Denise via email, and I can certainly share the templates that I use. Thank you so much for presenting. We've confirmed your slot at this time. Denise will follow up with the logistics and detail coordination. And trying to remember the Bagley-Keene training, no more than 3. So please CC Vicky and I on those emails to Denise. We won't hit reply all, but that'll just keep us all in the loop as we're coordinating the details. All right. So I just want to pause, and for commissioners who are attending online, want to make sure you have an opportunity to provide input. All right. Scanning to my right on the dais. Scanning to my left. Okay, so I feel like we have planned an agenda for April. Look at us. Go team. All right. So with that, I will move to item 14. General public comment. Members of the public wishing to make general public comment. Members of the public in the room wishing to make general comment, please begin lining up. Any members of the public who are attending virtually, the call-in information is displayed. Seeing no members of the public in the room, we will close public comment in the room.
There are no callers at this time.
So with that, we will close public comment on the phone. Any members of the public, if you did have any technical difficulties, I will remind you of the opportunity to email in your comments to the ACSE@cde.ca.gov email address, and we will make sure that it's disseminated to all the commissioners. So with that, in closing, I just wanted to acknowledge that the commissioners were gifted a book written by Caitlin Reed, Wisdom from the Whiteboard. It's a collection of quotes and reflection prompts that Caitlin developed over a series of years that she used to navigate public schools, loss, and her life. And just wanted to express our appreciation for, I believe it was the SEEDS program, or maybe Beth Foraker for sharing this resource with us. And so one of the quotes that I'll close the meeting with is, in recognition of many of our conversations around the times we're living in, promise yourself to be strong and let nothing disturb your peace of mind. On behalf of the commission, I want to thank the technicians in the AV room for their support, the interpreters who ensured that we had access, as well as the team from CDE. Our meeting is adjourned. We will see everyone in April.